and welcome into the hot shop. It's my morning voice. Just want to let you know what we have going on right now. So we actually have a visiting artist in the hot shop today, and there is a little bit of information about her in your pamphlet. Her name is Ayano Yoshizumi, and this residency of theirs is sponsored by Fuel Their Fire. So she's here making a variety of pieces, honestly quite like what you're seeing up on the screen. We are going to be changing a few things about them. We're going to be adding some really interesting patterns in the glass through something called cane, which are basically these sticks of colored glass. And I do have some examples just to show it off. So kind of like candy cane, we can have glass cane too. It can be plain one color, or it can be twisted colors. We'll probably see a variety of both of those in the hot shop. And that is starting to happen over on the left bench. At the center bench, we have our visiting artist herself, and she is sculpting some clear glass marbles. These marbles are actually going to be placed on the inside of our blown pieces. It's a little bit hard to tell when you're looking through this slideshow, but those pieces of glass that are added as details, such as those clear glass marbles, are actually on the insides of the pieces. So that's something interesting. We'll see how they place those inside of our blown piece. And today I've heard is going to be a lot of prep work for the future days of this residency. This is just the very first day that she's here. And we are going to be making that cane as prep work. We're also going to be making some blown cups of color. And by that, I mean, it's going to be a really large cup with a rounded bottom. The purpose of this is to actually put another bubble of glass inside of it. And we'll be able to see that a little bit later on. And eventually, I'll have some control of this screen, and I can show you some images to kind of give you an idea of what that process is going to look like. But for now, we're just going to kind of watch what they're doing in the hot shop. And if you have any questions, let me know. Now, I want to point out over on the left bench, we're actually working with some colored glass. And just want to point out that the colored glass is coming from this bar form like this here. Not sure how exposed you've been to glass blowing, but this is called color bar. And it's basically different metal oxides that are mixed into just clear glass to get color in general. And then it is shipped in this bar form into our hot shop. And then from there, all we do is we melt down a section of it, and we drop it onto a small clear bubble, like we're doing over on that left bench right now. And this process of applying that color over top of that clear bubble, this is called the color drop or color overlay. Oh, and look, now we have view of that left bench right now, so we can kind of check up on what they're doing. And here's an example of that color overlay up on the screen, just a diagram showing off how that process is done. And as you can see, it creates a really thin layer of color inside of the piece itself. But if you were to look from the outside of the piece, it looks as if the entire piece is colorful. And this nozzle is just blowing some compressed air, cooling this glass down. Their next steps are going to be gathering more layers of clear over top of this until they have enough mass. And right there, you can kind of see on the surface we have a small air bubble that they've popped. And for those who just joined in, we're going to have a lot going on in the hot shop. I think we'll be working at 2 of our benches, but we'll have probably about 3 different things going on all at the same time. But this is all going to eventually come together to create one piece in general. So at the center bench, we have our visiting artist herself, Ayano Yoshizumi, once again. And there's a little bit of information on this visiting artist in the pamphlet that they hand out at the front door. But basically, she's making some pieces that are inspired or kind of representing abstract paintings. And these will be assembled / displayed in a variety of different ways. Some of them will be by themselves. Some of them can actually be stacked or kind of assembled together. Some of them will just be in multiples. And over on that left bench, just to catch you up on what we're physically doing, we are creating a small bubble of colored glass, basically, through a process called a color drop or color overlay. So on the end of this pipe that you see up on the screen, we actually have colored glass right now. And at the center bench, our visiting artist, she is working on some clear glass marbles, and these are actually going to be placed on the inside of our blown pieces later on. And for those who just joined in, could I have the artist slideshow again up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, I just wanted to point out this slideshow up on the screen. Once again, this is our visiting artist artwork. These are previously made works of Ayano Yoshizumi. And some of these pieces, specifically the more boxy-like ones, are kind of like what you're going to see in the hot shop this week. And some of these pieces are going to have some really interesting colors to them. Some of them are going to have patterns in them, such as using cane, which are sticks of colored glass. And that's one thing that we're going to be working on in the hot shop today is pulling that cane. And it's really satisfying to watch. We basically melt down some colored glass, attach it between two pipes, and kind of stretch it across the hot shop. I believe we're going to be pulling a shorter section today, about this much glass, but it's still a really interesting process to watch. And over on that left bench, we've just gathered one more layer of clear over top of that colored layer of glass. So this is one, it's built up mass for the piece. Two, this means that we're not going to have the color on the surface of our glass anymore, which is actually important. If we were to chip something away from the surface of the glass, get a little chip or a little break, that is fine if we have clear glass on the surface. It's not going to change the appearance. Meanwhile, if we have the color directly on the surface, that would break the color away. We would be able to visually see that difference. And right now we're going in with a wooden spoon-shaped tool, the block. You can see that a lot of the hot, clear glass has been pushed to the very bottom of the bubble. You can see that distinct layer of separation where the color is and then the large amount of clear. And this is actually really important. This is for our next step, which is going to be called a blow-through. So we're going to blow the bubble. It's going to push through the color and into that large amount of clear, creating almost a gradient of color. And I know that's a little bit of a difficult method. It's kind of difficult to picture, but we will be seeing that happen over on that left bench. Yeah, could I have the view of the left bench again, please? Thank you. So right now, Sarah's going in with a stack of newspaper. It's been soaked with water. And somebody's currently blowing into the end of the pipe, just slowly expanding that bubble. And you can see that this is starting to push more and more and more into the clear. You can see that bubble expanding outward. So this should have created that gradient. Right now it's not very apparent just because the glass is so hot, but as soon as it starts cooling down, we should see the true color of this glass a little bit better. Yes, so I actually get this question a lot, so I'll repeat it just in case you're wondering as well. And that is kind of like, how do people get down here onto this hot shop floor, basically? So this is specifically an artist residency. So our visiting artist today specifically applied in a large pool of applicants to be a resident in 2024. And this is something that happens every year. They'll choose a relatively small handful of those applicants to come in. And other than that, we don't usually have a lot of other people on this floor. It's a pretty competitive residency to get into. And could I have the artist slideshow one more time, please? If it takes a moment, I'll just wait a couple minutes and then ask again, just for those who are listening in. And I just want to point out the progress over on that left bench. For those who just joined, once again, we're creating basically cups of colored glass over on that left bench. And these are going to have a round bottom purposefully. We're not going to be using them as an object themselves, but we're going to be making another bubble of glass later on and stuffing it inside of that cup of color. And this is called a stuff cup, basically, when we're stuffing some more glass inside of that colored cup. So they're just working on opening that up over on the left bench, flaring the walls open. And at the center bench, once again, we have our visiting artist herself, and she is working on some small clear glass marbles. These will be placed inside of some blown pieces later on. And I want to point out this box. This isn't something I've described to the audience yet, but each time we're finishing one of our pieces, we're putting it inside of one of many of our annealers. So this one is specifically a top load annealer, so we're loading it from the top. And the other annealers we have that we more commonly use are the ones on our walls, and these ones we just load from the side. But the point of these is to basically keep the glass warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, probably more like 950. And then with the press of a button, everything inside of it slowly cools down, usually overnight. The thicker the glass, the longer it needs to cool down. And the pieces we're making this residency. I have read about them a little bit, and it looks like the glass is going to be a little bit thicker for these, so we will actually have to cool them down for a little bit longer. And for those who just joined in, I just wanted to reiterate what we have going on today. So today, once again, we have a visiting artist, and her name is Ayano Yoshizumi. And that is the woman who's been working at the center bench on these clear glass marbles. And these pieces that we're working on, they are kind of inspired by or representing abstract paintings. And they will be assembled and displayed in a few different ways. Some of them will be standalone pieces. Some of them can actually be displayed together. And as soon as I have access to the screen, I'll show you guys the slideshow of her artwork, and you'll get an idea of what the final pieces might look like. And on top of making these clear glass marbles at the center bench, we are doing a couple of other things for preparation for these pieces. We're making some twisted cane. And so just like a candy cane, we can make pretty much that same design out of glass. And so we're going to be doing that over on the left, I believe. And we also just finished a color cup. That was just that cup of colored glass. I think it looked like a grayish green. It was kind of hard to tell. And this has been set aside to stay warm. Later on, we will blow a bubble and stuff it inside of that cup to pick it up, basically. And this is going to create a layer of color on the very outside of the piece. And it looks like I have access to the screen again. So could I have the artist slideshow, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, I really wanted to show these off. These are some examples of Ayano's previous work. And a lot of these may be kind of similar in shape and size to what you'll see during this residency. And just like the pieces we're making this residency, these have objects that are either inside or on the outside of these pieces. Once again, those marbles we were making will be on the inside. And the work that is made during this residency will actually be featured in a solo exhibition. And this is going to be happening in Kanazawa, Japan in 2024. Oh, well, it got it really close before it turned it into Canada, but I'm sure you could look at the pamphlet. It'll give you a little bit more information. And also, just for the new people in the audience, I wanted to point out, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. And this can be questions for the visiting artist even, such as inspiration or just any background on the artist, or it can just be questions about the glass in general, which I can easily answer for you. And it looks like they're getting started on another color cup over on that left bench. So this is the very, very beginning of the process. Sarah has just gathered a single layer of clear on the end of that blowpipe. She's just given it a little puff of air and is now holding the glass higher up towards the ceiling. And that's allowing that air to travel up from the heat and expand that glass, creating a small bubble. And once she has that small bubble, she's going to simply shape it a little bit, kind of getting it ready for the color. And this is what is interesting. So the color that we use is already made, and it's created in this bar form called color bar. And the different colors come from different metal oxides, such as maybe a cobalt oxide, and we use tin and antimony apparently to get this white. And this is melted down in sections, and we'll just drop it onto that small clear bubble and spread it evenly over top, basically creating a layer of color within our piece. So if you were to look at the cross section of any piece that's colored, you would usually see it's just a thin layer of color, mostly clear. And based off of the pieces I was seeing of our visiting artist artwork, I do believe that we are going to be working with mostly transparent colors, so like see-through greens, see-through pinks, etc. And this is the most important step in our process. So we've just melted down that color, and we're dropping it on top of that small clear bubble. And our next steps are going to be basically just pushing it down and completely rolling it back to cover up that clear. Also, just to point out the temperatures real quick, the glass furnace, the furnace we've been gathering all of our clear molten glass from, it's holding all that glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it actually runs 24/7 to make sure that glass is always staying hot. If we were to let that glass cool down, it could damage or break even the ceramic tank that it's sitting inside of. And welcome to those who just joined. I just wanted to give you all a overview as to what we have going on today. So once again, today we have a visiting artist, and her name is Ayano Yoshizumi. At the center bench here, she's working on some clear glass marbles. And these are eventually going to be used for a larger piece that we'll be seeing later on. So these marbles will actually be placed inside of a blown glass piece. These blown glass pieces are going to end up kind of boxy, almost like these blown rectangles. And they will have a lot of different details on and inside of them. They're going to be using some special colors, which we're preparing over on that left bench. So over on that left bench, they've just finished a process called a color drop or a color overlay for those who just joined in. And this is when we take a solid piece of colored glass, which is called color bar, and we'll melt it down and drop it onto a small clear bubble. And this just gives us a layer of color throughout our entire piece. So next we're going to gather some layers of clear over top of this. That's just going to build up some mass for the piece. But before we gather clear, we always have to let that bubble of glass and whatever we've just done to it cool down quite a bit. So they're going to seemingly be sitting at the bench, but this is just them letting that glass cool down from the air. And now that we've gathered that layer of clear, we're sitting down with a block. And that is that wooden spoon-shaped tool in Sarah's hand right there. This is basically just going to smooth and even out the surface of this glass bubble, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. And yes, that is water that we're dunking this wooden tool into. It might be kind of weird to think that we're using water on hot glass and that we're using wood on hot glass, but wood is actually a very important tool in the hot shop. It's an insulating material, so it allows the glass to keep its heat. And in this case, the water that we're dipping the wooden tool into, this is creating steam when it touches the glass, basically creating the light and frost effect and preventing the wood from burning very much. So over on that left bench, we've gathered another layer of clear. And next, Sarah's sitting down with a stack of newspapers in her hand. This has been soaked with water as well. But this is a really important step in the process. This is when they are going to start blowing the bubble out, creating a little bit of a bigger piece. So we've just gathered one more layer of clear, and you'll notice we actually allowed some of it to drip off into this bucket here. I always like to point out when we do this, just because it's something we don't see super often, but this is called a strip gather. It's just giving us a partial layer of that clear. And any of the glass that falls into that bucket, by the way, this is all clear glass only, and so it's completely reused. They simply crush it apart and put it back into the furnace to melt down again. And once again, each time we put something into this box, this is the annealer, and this is going to very slowly cool these pieces of glass down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see those pieces until tomorrow after they've been placed inside of there, but this is going to make sure they don't break. Also, just something interesting that I like to share every now and then. The glass that we're working with, when it comes out of the furnace, immediately it is kind of the texture of honey. It's kind of viscous, it's sticky, and it will physically stick to the pipe when the pipe is hot. And then as we're working with it, we allow it to cool down a little bit so it's controllable. It's not so viscous, it's not moving as much. And it's more of a taffy or putty texture once it's cooled down to that point. Somewhere above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, somewhere below 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, over on that left bench, we've started to blow the bubble out quite a bit. And we're now going in for a jack line. So these two metal blades that are on the glass right now, these are the jacks. And the jack line is basically a divot or a line that is formed near the pipe, but off the pipe. And we will break the piece entirely off of the pipe from that line. All right, and for those who just joined in, once again, welcome into the hot shop. And today we have a visiting artist in our hot shop. There's a little bit of information on this artist in your pamphlet that you got from the front, and her name is Ayano Yoshizumi. She's the one working at the center bench currently. She's just working on these small clear glass marbles. These will eventually be assembled with other pieces of glass to make a larger object. These will actually be placed inside of a blown glass piece, which is going to be really interesting, seeing something solid placed inside of something that's been blown. I haven't quite seen that yet in the hot shop, so I'm excited. And then over on that left bench, if you're wondering what they're doing over there, they are working on these cups of colored glass. These cups are going to have a round bottom, so the furthest area away from the pipe is the bottom of our cup. Eventually, we will create another blown glass bubble and stuff it inside of the opening of this cup. So this is kind of just some prep work being done, both at the left and center bench. We're creating the color for our future glass pieces, and we're creating the details for those future glass pieces as well. And this step is important. We've just brought over a second pipe. This is being attached to the center of the bottom of our piece. Once this connection is relatively secure, they apply some water and completely break this blown piece off of the pipe it was created on. So to break this piece off, they tap the pipe. And just to make sure that the entire piece is staying warm to prevent thermal shock, they go entirely into the furnace, heating it up, but they are just mostly going to focus the heat to the very opening of the piece, the area they've just broken off. So this is a process that is very similar to when we make any blown piece in the hot shop, whether it's a bowl, a vase, a cup. We will attach that second pipe, break it off of its original pipe, and then we have access to the other side of the piece. And this has also opened up the top of the piece so we can start to flare it out as wide as we need it to. So I wouldn't quite say that glass pops when you blow it out enough, but you can blow it out so thin that it's as thin or thinner than paper. And at that point, if you lightly touch it, or if it gets heated up again, or if it touches anything cold, it will break very easily. So that's something that's very similar to it kind of popping, but I've never seen it actually pop. It just stretches almost infinitely thin. So as we're opening this piece up over on the left bench, you'll notice they've started to use the newspapers on the very outside of the piece. So at this point, because it's opened up far enough, they can start to heat it up and use centrifugal force, the outward pulling force from spinning, and that's going to flare the piece out by itself. They're not going to have to crank it open with a tool inside or anything. They just lightly flare it open by spinning it, and they will maintain the correct shape using those newspapers on the outside. And I see some new faces in the audience, so I want to reintroduce what we have going on today. So welcome into the Hot Shop. Today we actually have a visiting artist in here with us. There is a little bit of information on her in your pamphlet that you got from the front. So just as I talk about her, feel free to look at that. But her name is Ayano Yoshizumi, and she's been working at the center bench today so far. She's been working on these clear glass marbles. And these marbles are actually going to be used for other pieces later on. And just to give a better visual example as I talk about her, could I have the artist slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, which I think is a lot of you guys, up on the screen I have the artist slideshow going. This shows off some of her previous works, and it'll give you a good idea of what the final product might be in the Hot Shop. So we're going to be making these blown glass pieces that are basically rectangular shaped, almost like boxes, like you were seeing up on the screen. We are going to be altering them further this time though. Those ones that you saw, they were perfectly flat and even and rectangular, but we're going to be twisting them a little bit in the Hot Shop this time. And we will also be seeing some interesting colors and patterns for these glass pieces. We're going to be making some little glass cups of color over on that left bench. That's what we're doing right now. These are going to be used to color the entire piece basically. And we're also going to be seeing some patterning, kind of like this right here, where we're going to be using these sticks of colored glass. Specifically, these are going to be twisted colors, kind of like candy cane. We have glass cane. So just a little bit of information on what we're working on in the Hot Shop. And just a little bit more reference at the center bench. Once again, we're working on those clear glass marbles. These will be placed inside of our blown glass pieces, kind of like these small objects you see. And over on that left bench, we've just finished blowing out our color cup. And you can see that it has a rounded bottom. This is because we're going to be making another bubble of glass and stuffing it inside of this cup to basically pick it up again. And that color is going to then be on the very outside of the piece. And this is called a stuff cup, basically. And actually, could I have the stuff cup diagram? This will just give a really good visual. Can talk about it all I want, but the visual diagram just gives you guys a much better idea. Thank you. So up on the screen, I just wanted to point out this diagram real quick. They have the color cup. They're going to be stuffing another bubble inside of it. And they've just broken that piece off. It's sitting inside of the annealer now, where it's going to slowly cool down overnight. And this is going to be used later on. I don't believe we're going to be using them today. Today is mostly a lot of prep work, getting each of these cups done, getting some of these small objects done, and then eventually we'll bring everything together. And I just want to point out once again, this box that we're using, this is also an annealer. This one is just loading from the top instead of loading from the side. So each time we're finishing those clear glass marbles, these are going into this front one here. We're trying to keep everything together. So you can see all of those laid out side by side in there. And you guys joined in at a really good time because we are just about to see them start another one of those color cups over on the left bench. And this gives me a really good opportunity to start talking about color a little bit. And you can see how we get color on glass in general. This is a process that we do for pretty much any piece of glass. So if you're walking through the galleries and you see a piece that has a solid color across the entire piece, this is how we achieve that. This is called a color drop or color overlay. Also, I guess I haven't mentioned this box yet today. If you guys are curious, this is the garage. And anything we put inside of this stays at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, basically preheating these pieces of glass that we're going to use for color. Once again, this is color bar for those who haven't seen it yet. It's just some solid colored glass through and through. And that is sitting inside of this box right here. We're going to pull it out, just as Kristen has done right now. And we're going to heat that up until it's completely molten. And all of the colors we've been using so far today, I want to point out these are all transparent colors. So they are still very colorful. They're so rich that when they're in bar form, they usually look black. You can't see through them. But when we start using them in the hot shop and blowing the glass a little bit thinner, you can start to see through that color. Yeah, so since we have a good view of this left bench, I want to talk about what we've done. We've melted down that color as I was briefly describing earlier, and we've then dropped it onto a small clear bubble. And this is now being rolled on this metal table. This is just to push that color back to completely cover up that clear. So it's going to slowly roll back, basically. And whenever we're touching the table, this is cooling the glass down. So you notice it looks as if it's changing color maybe, but this is just because the glass is so hot that it looks orange. But when it's cooling down, it becomes the true color of the glass again. So whenever we have a visiting artist in here like today, we always have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team here to support them. So the Hot Shop team is here almost every single day that you would come into the museum when it's open. And other than that, the Hot Shop itself stays pretty much the same. Depending on the visiting artist that comes in, they might bring in some of their own glass, some pieces to display, some of their own tools, such as molds that we blow the glass into. But other than that, we usually use the same tools and the same techniques. So I just wanted to point out that we've just brought this large metal box out up to the front. And this is something that we're going to be using later on. So a lot of you may remember that slideshow we watched and how a lot of the forms are very boxy, these nice kind of sharp corners, very geometric shaped pieces. So this is going to act as a mold. We're going to stuff a blown bubble into this, and then we'll be able to basically open a door on the side to let it out again. So that's something that we may see later on. So the pipes are made out of steel, stainless steel, and surprisingly, I've been told that steel is a relatively poor conductor of heat. So the heat will only travel so far down the pipe, depending on the amount of glass you have. I would say about this far, especially for smaller amounts of glass. And then, of course, if we have larger pieces, it gets a little bit warm. But as long as the pipe isn't directly in the heat where you're going to be grabbing it, then it's usually perfectly fine. So something interesting is our tools, such as the ring tools that I was talking about earlier for the marbles, or the jacks, which are these two metal blades kind of facing towards us here. Those are actually kept coated in beeswax. So whenever we're using those on the glass, they do get really hot, and if it gets hot enough, it will actually stick to the glass. And that beeswax will prevent that from happening. But for a lot of other tools, such as tweezers or maybe shears that you use to cut the glass, we want those to be completely clean, completely free from any wax. Otherwise, it would slip. We can't grab the glass with the tweezers if it's slipping, and we wouldn't be able to cut the glass very easily if it's just slipping off too. So some of them we keep very specifically clean, and we'll polish them and everything. Some of them we keep purposefully coated in that kind of gross beeswax. It's a very nostalgic smell for me when it's burning, though, along with the wood in the hot shop. Yeah, we use a lot of wooden tools in the hot shop as well. This is something I described earlier, but wood is an insulating material, and so if we want the glass to maintain a lot of its heat, sometimes we'll use a wooden tool against the glass, and the wood will burn. It gets used up pretty quickly, but it's going to make sure the glass doesn't get too cold. And welcome to those who just joined in. I was just talking a little bit about the tools in the hot shop, but I do want to re-highlight what we have going on in general just to catch you guys up a bit. So today we do have a visiting artist, Ayano Yoshizumi, and she's the one that's been working at the center bench here. And we do have a little bit of information on this artist in your pamphlets if you want to read along as I talk about her a little bit. But these pieces that she's making are inspired or kind of representing abstract paintings. And they will be assembled and displayed in a couple of different ways. Some of them will be standalone pieces. Some of them may be together, I've been told, whether they're physically attached or just sitting together in multiples. And could I have the artist slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I just wanted to show off a few works of art before I hop into talking about the hot shop. So these sort of boxy, blown pieces are much like what you're going to see during this residency. And to get this boxy shape, we're going to be using this large metal mold here on the floor. And we are working on multiple things in the hot shop at the same time. We're working on some color cups over on the left bench. At the center bench, our visiting artist herself is working on some smaller details for the piece, such as the marbles that are placed inside of the blown piece. It'll be really interesting to see that. Thank you. Now, over on the left bench, I want to highlight them working on this over here real quick. So they've just gathered a layer of clear. They've pushed all that clear to the very bottom of the bubble, and then they blew the bubble out. And something interesting about that is that pushed the bubble into the clear, and this is called a blow-through because it literally blew through the color. Once this cools down a little bit, you'll be able to see that there's a gradient now because of that. And right now, they're just going to blow this out even further. Sarah's going in with some newspapers that have been soaked in water and is kind of compressing the bubble a little bit before they gather another layer of clear. Yes, so the pipe itself is hollow, and so whenever we're blowing into the glass or blowing it up, we're physically blowing into the end of the pipe. But right now there's not any blowing happening where the screen is. We're just kind of letting this cool down before we gather our next layer of clear. At the center bench, however, our visiting artist, Ayano, she is actually blowing out this small bit of color right here. This is actually a hollow pipe right here as well. This is just a much smaller piece of glass than we're working with over on the left bench. And just to talk about colors for a second, since you guys are new in here, the different colors in glass come from different metal oxides that are mixed into the sand, and then they will melt all of it down at the same time, and that metal oxide will be within the molten glass, and that gives us our colors. And just to give an example, I do have a piece of that raw color that we use. This is called color bar. It's just solid color through and through. We'll get it shipped in this bar form and then melt down sections of it to use, basically. And at the center bench, we've just gathered one more layer of clear over the color that Ayano was working with. And for the few new people who joined, I just wanted to reintroduce once again real quick what we have going on today. So in your pamphlet, there is a little bit of information, but we have a visiting artist today. Her name is Ayano Yoshizumi, and she's the one at the center bench working currently on this smaller blown piece right here. And we are working on some pieces of hers that are kind of inspired by or representing abstract paintings. And these pieces will be assembled and displayed in a couple of different ways. Some of them will be standalone pieces. Some of them may be together in multiples. Some of them may even be kind of stacked or attached to each other. And we are doing a lot of prep work today, I've been told. So over on that left bench, we've been continuously making these color cups, which are, as the name describes, a cup of colored glass. And they have a rounded bottom to them. And just to show off how they're going to be used, could I have the stuff cup diagram, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's the stuff cup diagram. I want to show this off for anyone that hasn't seen it yet. We later on will take a second bubble, whether this has color on it or it's clear. This is going to then be stuffed inside of that cup to pick it up. and that's going to give us a layer of color on the very outside of our piece. In this case, that is really important because we're going to have these very thick-walled, blown pieces of glass. And if we have that thick wall and it's all clear on the surface, we're going to be able to see that layer of clear very easily. Meanwhile, if we have the color on the surface, like through this technique, it would look as if the entire piece is made out of that color. It's kind of hard to describe, but this process where we've applied the color to the glass, this is the same process that we use for many different pieces. So in the galleries, if you see a piece that's entirely one color, this is most likely how they got that, is through the color drop or color overlay process that we just did here. Yes, so the visiting artist has not brought in any assistants. Everyone else is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, who is automatically here to assist any visiting artist. And the Hot Shop team, they have between 20 and 30 years of glassblowing experience individually. So yes, they are very professional glass blowers. I think the person with the most experience in the back there, gathering out of that furnace, his name's Ben. He has about 30 years of glassblowing experience. And as for the teamwork in the hot shop, this is something that is really important for glass blowing. It's really hard to blow glass just by yourself, so usually you do have assistants. The person who sits at the bench and is working on the glass are called the gaffer. They're kind of like the glass blowing team leader, and everyone just kind of falls into place around them with assistance roles, whether it's blowing or bringing over punties, which is a second pipe, the little clear attachment. And I'm sure we'll see that soon at the center bench, by the way. So yeah, they kind of fall automatically into that assistance role. And it's really easy to miss, but they do say things to each other to let them know what they need next. They might just say a single word, and that tells them to blow or to grab a punty or to do pretty much anything. Yes, so at the center bench, we've just brought over a punty, which is a second pipe with a clear attachment. And the purpose of this is to get access to the other side of the piece. So we've just attached it to the center of the bottom of our piece. And then next we're applying some water. This is purposefully cracking the glass in that small section. And then all we have to do is tap the pipe that breaks that piece off. So now we'll be able to start opening this up into a little color cup. I believe that's what we're making at the center bench. And now after heating up the front of the piece, we're able to start slowly opening this up and getting those nice straight walls. And over on that left bench, we have a view of the left bench now up on the screen. We're still using the newspapers, which is this pad here in Sarah's hand, to kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out. Every now and then you'll see the artist going in with a broken piece of glass or a smaller piece of glass and touching the bottom of the piece. And the broken piece of glass is actually scratching the surface of the glass, marking basically a target. This is usually when they bring over a second pipe, attach that to the bottom, right in the middle of that target. It just helps them hit the center of the piece a little bit easier. So just like the center bench, we've attached that second pipe and we're getting ready to break this piece off from the pipe that it was blown on. Oh yeah, and I haven't had a chance to quite talk about these torches yet. You can see we have one lit at both of our benches right now. These are running around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But these torches will heat up just a section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So we can focus heat to a specific area. And in this case, we're using this torch to heat up a mold. This mold has these ridges going from the top to the bottom inside of it. So for each of these individual color cups are being set aside inside of the box, the annealer, to slowly cool down basically. And that is because these are basically just prep work for the projects that we're going to be doing for the rest of this residency. This is only the first day, and this is going all the way through May 5th. And so we are just getting some of this prep work out of the way so that we can continuously make these pieces later on. But we may see them use the mold today that they used to create these pieces. That's what they told me earlier today. So you guys saw the slideshow of the visiting artist artwork, right? No? Ooh, okay. So I should definitely show that to you. Yes, so those are very, very similar to what they're going to be making. The pieces are going to be these sort of boxy rectangular pieces. Also, I just want to point out, we've just broken off this little green cup. So this is exactly how we use these color cups, is we're using them as stuff cups. So we've just taken a large bit of clear glass and stuffed it inside of that green. And this has picked it up, created a layer of green on the very outside of that clear. And whenever we do this, once again, this is going to make the piece appear as if the entire piece has color to it, even though it's just on the very surface. And this is important in many ways. Colored glass is very expensive compared to clear, and so we oftentimes do want to use as little of it as possible. And in this case, we do want it on the surface of the glass, just so that we can't see that gap of clear above the color. And yes, back to, once again, what I was talking about earlier, we are going to be making some pieces that are very similar to what you saw on that slideshow. And all of the pieces of glass that we're working with right now are going to be used for those pieces. And they are both individual kind of standalone pieces, and Ayano may also make some pieces that are stacked or kind of assembled together, or even just multiples sitting together. So there's multiple ways for her to display this work. And speaking of this work that's being made during the residency here, this is going to be featured in a solo exhibition. And this is going to be in Kanazawa, Japan in 2024. So that is coming up. And after making sure that cup was completely laid flat to that clear, we're going in with a block, that wooden spoon shape tool. This is just lightly evened out the surface of the glass. And now to further shape it, we're going in with this pad. And this is, once again, just folded up newspaper. And also, since there are a couple of new people here and there, could I have Ayano's work up on the screen one more time, please? Could I have the visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, there's just going to be a slideshow up on the screen showing off some of those previously made artworks. And it'll give you guys a really good idea of how some of these final pieces may turn out. So here we're going to start seeing some of those blown forms. This one is using some special patterning. And all of these are blown. Some of them may look as if they're solid just because they're clear, but they are blown hollow. That previous one that was just up on the screen, it had a clear marble inside of it, and that's a really good reference for what we're working on because we've made some clear marbles to go inside of these blown pieces as well. So this is a really good reference because this is the exact mold that's used to create these blown pieces right here in the front. So almost all of the tools that we use, including the pipes, tables, maybe even this box here, they are all made out of steel, stainless steel. And all of them may seem like they would heat up a lot, but apparently steel is a poor conductor of heat. So as long as the area that you're handling is not going directly into the heat, it's not going to get hot. Yeah, so the glass, of course, is radiating heat itself, so there is an area of the pipe that we don't want to touch. Maybe this far out we don't touch, and then anything else further down the pipe is okay. And over on that left bench, I want to point out that we're getting ready to break that color cup off of the pipe. So we're going in with a pair of large shears, basically like glass scissors, cutting at that connection and then tapping the pipe. And that's all it takes to break that piece off. This is going inside of the annealer. the boxes that I think you were mentioning earlier, some of you in the crowd. This is going to stay at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, everything inside of it will slowly cool down overnight. And now back to our visiting artist at the center bench. Ayano is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and is sectioning off this solid glass. It's kind of hard to describe sculpting process just because you can use pretty much anything to sculpt the glass in any different way. But right now we're just creating basically these small divots in the glass or rings. Yes, so welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Just wanted to update you on what we have going on. So today we have a visiting artist, and her name is Ayano Yoshizumi. She's the one working at the center bench currently. There is a little bit of information on her in your pamphlet that you received at the front, but today she's working on some pieces that are inspired, kind of representing abstract paintings. And they will be assembled and displayed in a few different ways. Some of them will be standalone pieces, some of them will be set out in multiples, some of them could even be attached or kind of stacked on top of each other. And to show this off a little bit better, could I have Ayano's work on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going. This will show off some previously made works of our visiting artist, and it will give you an idea of what some of these pieces may turn out to be. At the center bench so far, Ayano has just been working on the details for these pieces, such as these solid sculpted pieces that will be attached, such as marbles that will be placed inside of these pieces. And right now, she is working on this sectioned off bit of green glass. And this has been a long process. We basically blew a small green bubble of glass, and then we stuffed some solid clear glass into it, and that's where we are now. We are now just sculpting it into any shape that Ayano wants. And this residency is sponsored by Fuel Their Fire. And Ayano's goal for this residency is mostly to enrich the glass community, kind of back where she's from, by having this experience at the Museum of Glass to bring it back to Toyoma. And just to give you a good size reference, I had some people asking me how large these pieces would be earlier. And this is exactly the mold that they use to blow these glass bubbles into. So this is pretty much how large a final piece might turn out to be. And there are many different kinds of molds that we use in glass blowing. So far today, we've only seen them use a optic mold, which basically has ridges on the inside of it. That gives us a physical and visual texture on the outside of the glass of those ridges being imprinted into the glass. And then there's also molds that will give us an overall shape if we blow the glass bubble into them. This one is a metal one. I think I more commonly see wooden molds used now. And the wood does burn, but at the same time, it's going to be pretty gentle on the glass, and it still can have many uses out of it if you use it correctly. Yes, so welcome to those who just joined us. Today we have a visiting artist, Ayano Yoshizumi, and she's the one working at the center bench, just to point her out to you all. And everyone else is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They are usually working here pretty much full time. Today they are assisting our visiting artists in making these pieces. And these pieces are inspired by and kind of representing abstract paintings. And I was just pointing out the mold when you guys walked in. This is the mold that they'll be using for those pieces. So we'll physically blow a glass bubble into this mold, and it'll turn out this kind of boxy rectangular shape itself. And from there, we're actually going to be adding some other components, some other elements to it by adding clear glass marbles that were sculpted today, even this sculpture at the center bench that Ayano is working on right now. And over on the left bench, we've been doing a lot of prep work today. So far, we've been creating these cups of colored glass. They're pretty large, but eventually we'll be stuffing a bubble inside of those colored cups. That will give us a color on the very outside of the piece. It's called a stuffed cup. And now I believe they're getting ready to pull some cane. And this is actually really fun, really interesting to watch. It's when they take some colored glass usually, and they will add some clear around it and then pull it across these wooden ladders, kind of like stretching taffy. And then they'll let it cool down, break it off into small sections that honestly are kind of the length and width of a pencil usually. This one's a little bit thicker. So this is a very basic one. It just has a single color of blue on it. But today we're going to be making some twisted cane, I believe, which usually has multiple lines of color kind of going around the entire piece of glass, kind of like a candy cane. So you could think of it exactly like making a candy cane, except instead of molten sugar, it's molten glass. So over on that left bench, I just want to point out Ben has a bit of color on the end of this pipe. I believe that this is just starting off with white color on the end of this pipe. And you'll notice that it's actually directly attached to the pipe. This is interesting, but sometimes they have to do this for certain colors. Otherwise, it will kind of strip off and away from the pipe later on if it's not directly attached to it. And at the center bench, we've just attached a second pipe to the end or the bottom of our piece. The second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. It's basically just to break the piece away from the pipe that it was created on. This is going to give us access to that other side of the piece. So to break it off, we apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe, and that's it. So the different colors in glass come from different metal oxides that are mixed in, and that's a process that I haven't gotten to learn too much about. It's something that we don't do ourselves. We simply get it shipped in already made into a solid glass color. Yes, so we use natural gas and forced air for all of our furnaces. The torches actually run off of propane and oxygen for a more focused flame, I believe. So there's a few different fuel sources we use. All of these boxes, these are also electrical. So even on top of that, we have 3 different energy sources in the hot shop now. And over on the left, it looks like we've just started pulling this cane. So we've attached a second pipe to the other end of this bit of glass, and we can now just stretch this across these wooden ladders. So right now, the glass is kind of textured like taffy. Once again, it's a lot like pulling taffy. It's a really satisfying process to watch. And since this glass is pretty small and thin, it doesn't have to go through that whole annealing process, the slow cooling process, to prevent it from breaking. It's able to cool down slowly enough because it's so small. So the wooden ladders are really important. Once again, we don't want this fresh hot glass touching the floor, otherwise we do risk thermal shock. That could really crack or completely break this piece of glass. Meanwhile, if we lay it across these wooden ladders, the wood is an insulating material, so it's not going to pull very much heat out of the glass. So it's just enough to let it cool down slowly. So they will let it sit for a few minutes at least, and at that point it's still hot enough that we don't want to touch it with our hands, but sometimes they'll go in and they'll start breaking it apart with metal tool, the tweezers, or sometimes they'll just let it sit for maybe like 15 minutes or so, and then they'll start breaking it apart and they can handle it. And it, of course, depends on the thickness of the glass. Sometimes they'll pull cane a little bit thinner to get some smaller designs. Sometimes they'll pull it really thick just so that they can use the cane for marini, which is a completely different topic. But basically, sometimes if you break the glass apart into these little discs, you will see an image inside of it, whether it's a simple circle, whether it's something more complex, such as even a face. I've seen some really impressive marini work. So this bit of glass that our visiting artist has been sculpting and working on at the center bench, this is actually going to be attached to the outside of one of these blown pieces. And did you guys already see the slideshow of the visiting artist artwork, showing off some of the previous pieces? All right, could I have the slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I want to show these off because this is kind of similar to what you might see as a final product after this residency. We're going to be creating very similar kind of rectangular or box-like forms using this metal mold in the front once again. And these are going to have objects placed inside and outside of them. This is one of those objects at the center bench. Earlier, we were sculpting a ton of these clear glass marbles. Those will be placed inside of these pieces. And on top of that, one difference you're going to see between these pieces on the screen and in the hot shop here is we're going to be taking this perfectly rectangular box-like form and we're going to be twisting it. So it's going to be a little bit different, kind of abstract. Thank you. And at the center bench here, we're just breaking this piece off of our pipe, applying a little bit of water, tapping the pipe, and that is it. That piece is cleanly broken off. And this is carried over to an annealer. These annealers are basically these large boxes that will slowly cool the glass down. So right now, that annealer is sitting at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. But later on, once we have everything we need inside of it, we just press a button and it slowly cools down. That process is usually overnight, so we won't see any of those pieces until tomorrow. And on top of that, these pieces of glass, I've been told, are going to be a little bit thicker than usual, so it might even take a couple of days for these to properly cool down without breaking. Yes, so this glass is pretty much fresh from our furnace. It's a lot like the texture of honey right now. It's very viscous, very sticky, literally sticking to the pipe. And rolling it on this table is cooling down the glass wherever it's touching, but it's also creating a different shape. We'll use these tables for shaping and cooling the glass. And that is the very beginning of creating a single clear glass bubble. So she gives it a quick puff of air, and that air will travel up the pipe and into that glass, kind of inflating it like a balloon, really. And at the same time that she has been blowing that bubble, Ben has been heating up a piece of colored glass on the end of his pipe. That's what he's working with right here. And this is most likely another transparent color, maybe like a pink or something. This is going to be heated up until it's completely molten and then dropped onto that small clear bubble that Sarah just made. I've actually gotten that question quite a few times. And I like to start off with these guys have about 20 to 30 years of glassblowing experience. So a lot of it is kind of muscle memory at this point. But if you look at your piece while you're heating it up inside of the furnace, you can see how much it's moving. And that tells you how malleable it is. So if it's not moving at all, it's just like really stiff. Obviously, it's super cold. You can't work with it. If it's moving a little bit, that's kind of what you want. You want that happy medium sort of taffy texture. If it's moving a lot, it's uncontrollable. You've heated it up too much, you might lose your details or your bubble. So when it's too hot, I've never seen the glass fall off of the pipe still. You might just lose detail, accidentally fold the glass on itself. All sorts of things can happen, but usually it doesn't fall off. Meanwhile, when the glass gets too cold, it can crack and break. I've seen the glass fall off at that point many more times, and I've even seen it fall off into the furnace when it's broken like that. And at that point, what you do is you just take it out as quickly as you can. You don't want it to melt into a puddle inside of there. That would be a really big mess. Yes, so the glass is mostly silica sand, but there's also a little bit of soda ash and a little bit of limestone. And I can't remember which ingredient does what, but one of them lowers the melting point a little bit, and one of them binds the other ingredients together. And so because of that, this glass has a little bit of a lower melting point, and it's also a little bit softer. Sometimes it's called soft glass because of that. And it is also called soda lime glass because of those two ingredients. But there are many different kinds of glass. It's just the kind we use here. So any glass that's brought into the hot shop that is going to be worked with in the hot shop has to be compatible with the clear glass that's inside of the tanks. If it's not compatible, if we're working with multiple types of glass at the same time, they will crack or even as violently as explode away from each other once they start to cool down. When it's molten, it doesn't seem like anything's happening, but when it cools down, it will break, definitely. So anytime people bring glass into the hot shop, it's usually from specific companies, and they pretty much know what they're doing, bringing more glass in. But we always use the same clear mixture. Now, up on the screen, we can still see a view of that left bench. At this point, we have completely pushed and rolled that color back. It's completely covering up that clear bubble now. And at this point, if they're happy with the shape of it and how the bubble is shaped inside, they'll let it sit and cool down and then get ready to gather another layer of clear over top of it. Meanwhile, at the center bench, our visiting artist herself has started another small bubble with some color over it as well, and has just gathered one more layer of clear. And this is going to turn into something very similar to what we're working on over on the left bench. We're both making color cups, those little cups of color. And this one is going to be blown out into a smaller cup, hence why we have a smaller amount of glass. and is going to be used for a solid bit of clear, basically to create a sculpture like that green sculpture that we were working on at the center bench just previously. It's probably not going to be that exact same one, but it's going to be a very similar process. So this pad that we're using, we'll be using this at both of our benches throughout our processes, but these are actually just folded up newspaper, and we'll soak it with water, splash it with water, but that's pretty much it. And surprisingly, there isn't any heat that passes through, and that is enough to protect your hands. It's basically as close as you can get to using your hands to shape the glass. No, so the furnaces don't have a significant difference from each other. One of them is a little bit bigger than the other, so sometimes if we're working on something bigger, we would choose one over the other. But they each run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, and we just adjust that depending on if we're working with a smaller or larger piece of glass, how quickly we want to heat that up. But there's not a significant difference. So I just have a small example piece in the front with me. This is color bar. And this is what we use. So this is already mixed, already made, already melted down and turned into the solid color itself. And all we do is we take a section of it and we melt it down ourselves and use it. And as for the mixture of the color itself, I think I might have already mentioned this, but it's just different metal oxides that are mixed into the sandy sort of mixture before it's even melted down. So sometimes when we break pieces off, we will go in with a torch and torch the bottom a little bit to get rid of that sharp edge. Sometimes we leave that sharp edge and we'll go through a process once the glass is cold called cold working. So we basically have an entire shop that you guys can't see. It's like in the back, and it has all these different machines in it that are pretty similar to woodworking machines, honestly. So we have like a disc sander, a belt sander, all of those things. And we use those to grind and polish the glass. And we do have a cold worker that's been working on the floor as a glass blower today as well, Kristen, over on the left. That's our cold worker, and she does a really good job. Yes, so something interesting that I don't often mention is, once again, these pipes are kind of like straws. You push air in and it inflates the glass like a balloon. Well, we can actually pull air out as well. So if we were to apply pressure to a bubble that would push the air out, we can also go back onto the pipe and suck air out. And that might seem kind of like unbelievable, like it might be hot air, but it actually isn't, surprisingly. And when you suck the air out, it will collapse the bubble in on itself. Sometimes that will be done purposefully to create something called a suck bowl, where we heat up half of a bubble, suck it completely in on itself to create a bowl shape. Sometimes they'll do it to create just small concave sections of the glass, like if we're creating little craters or something. There's just a little interesting bit of information.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. As we are just getting started, coming back from our lunch break, we'll begin to start demonstrating the process in a moment. Before that, I will give you guys a basic overview of the process. I'll also let you know what we will be making today. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon, and if you have any questions, feel free to say my name, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So just give me a moment, and then we'll get started with the process. Our visiting artist this week is Ayano Yoshizumi, born in Japan and received her BFA from Tokyo Musashino Art University in 2014. Yoshizumi's work utilizes space and color as primary tools for considering the work as a three-dimensional canvas to strike a unique balance between art and craft, along with the serendipitous nature of the hot glass medium with a twist. The building of both internal and external spaces using blown glass and painting creates a juxtaposed depth in space. And so over the week, we will learn more about Ayano's work. You'll be able to watch her work today with the Hot Shop team. When visiting artists come and work in the Hot Shop, they direct the process, or they also, Ayano's here in the middle bit, or they also will work during the process as well. And so what this means is that they get to work with the Hot Shop team and produce their work a lot more than what they would on their own. And so it's nice to have a lot of different bodies collaborating and producing at a higher volume. A lot of experience. Our Hot Shop team has tons of experience. Over 20 years each. And so with all that knowledge, it's nice to be able to watch your work be made by such, let's say, great artists. They're a great team to help produce. And so I'll give you guys a basic overview of what's going on in the different ovens, the machines, and then I'll get a little bit more into the play-by-play. So everything that we do here in the hot shop starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank here with the black door on the front. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And so it's about 2,100 degrees in there. So dipping into there is like kind of like dipping into a jar of honey, like I said. And so as we rotate that pipe, we'll gather enough glass to be able to blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. And then we'll work in and out of the glory holes here. Our reheating chambers are designed to only reheat the glass. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air. They're lined with hollow fire brick to be able to withstand those high temperatures. And the temperature is kept at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And so we're only going into the reheating chamber to gather more energy so we can go back to the bench to sculpt or manipulate the glass in whatever way we desire. Again, our visiting artist this week is Ayano, and she'll be working with the Hot Shop team for the remainder of the week. She will have an artist talk on Sunday at 1 o'clock that you can live stream, so you don't have to be here for it. We live stream every day. Just go to our website and toggle to our live stream to be able to watch the Hot Shop. Again, my name's Emily, and if you guys have questions, just raise your hand, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Can we please see some of Ayanu's past works? So over here at the left bench, what we've done is we've created a clear bubble and then laid color over that clear bubble. This is known as a color overlay, so we can add color to the glass. All of the glass that we take from the furnace is clear, and so we have to add color to the glass, and today's specific process is color overlay. And then in the middle bench here, Ayano is working on these orbs, and so she's picked up a color bar to add color. So she showed me the diagram here on the front of the shield in front of the glory hole, and so she was making an orb similar to the middle of the one that was just on the big screen. And then I'm not sure exactly what shape the piece is that'll be on the left side of the hot shop. Probably some sort of rectangle or square. We'll see as it unfolds. The beauty of the process is you get to learn as it unfolds. You get to watch it happen live. So now Sarah will go back into the furnace to gather some more glass. All of the glass, like I said earlier, that comes out of the furnace is clear. Underneath that, we have laid white over a clear bubble, so we've encased a clear bubble. So now moving forward, as we blow that piece out, as we blow that little bubble at the center out, it'll stretch, but it'll only look white. It won't look like clear and white. And so what we're doing is we're using a little bit of color and a whole lot of clear to be able to work efficiently, and it saves us money because we don't have multiple furnaces of different colors, which is very expensive. So we use a lot of clear, a little color, and then she'll go in with a block. The block is a piece of hollowed out cherry wood that's been soaked in water, which is a lubricant for the block as well as protects the glass when there's a little bit of steam that comes off of the block. So here at the center Bitch with Ayanu, we are creating a color cup, and so what that allows us to do is stuff solid glass or a bubble into a color. It's kind of similar to an overlay, but it's a different process. And so we're going to blow out a small cup and then reincorporate it into the process. So we're creating cups, color cups that will then be stuffed, and then we're going to stretch them with. We have these ladders you can't see. We're going to stretch them across the ground. This is making cane, and we're going to make flat cane that will then later be chopped up and laid on like a piece of kiln shelving to be able to roll it up or pick it up to incorporate it into the process. So we're making a checkered board design with different colors of cane. And so we're going to make flat cane so it'll look like a rectangle. Um, the illustrations are a little bit faint, so it's easier just to tell you what it'll eventually be. And so a lot of the glass blowing process requires a lot of preparation. And so the visiting artist that's with us today has brought their work, and so the execution is today is technically Monday, but it's Wednesday, of course. And so this is the first day that that everybody's working together. And so all the prep work will then be put into the following days of actually creating final pieces. But there's so much prep work that goes into creating one piece. Pattern is really cool because even though it has color, that is a step in itself. So every color that you see is a whole process that you're actually being able to see now. So as we get a hollowed out cup, we're gonna fill that with a solid piece of glass, stretch that across the floor, cut it down, reheat it, and then re-roll it back up into glass. And so even when you look at pieces within the gallery, when you see color, that's one process. When you see pattern, that's a whole another process. And so this is what they look like little wine glasses without the stem. And so this is what we prepare to be able to be stuffed and then stretched across the room. So the metal box here in the middle. So this is a garage. The garage is where we park pieces. So we just park them here. They sit idly to be able to be reincorporated into the process. And so there's a hot side and a cold side. The hot side's like 1100 degrees and the cold side's like 800 degrees. So it's all super duper hot. But it's cool enough to allow them to stop melting, but hot enough to keep them at a good enough temperature to be reworked into the process. And so when we park pieces into the garage, it's because we need to get to the next step to be able to reincorporate it. So the cups need to be reincorporated with solid glass, and so we have to have enough cups to be able to move forward. And so I think we have one more cup on our left side. If you look at the big screen there, Sarah's working on a clear gather of glass, and she blew a bubble into it. Now you'll be able to see how the glass gets color. We're getting, at her bench over here to my left, we're getting a color bar hot. When we get the color bar hot enough, it will look orange. It won't be orange when it cools. It'll look orange, but this is a color bar. We'll lay it over the clear bubble, add more glass around that color overlay, and then blow out the bubble to be able to expand the cup and expand the glass. Just to learn a little bit more about color overlays and glass and color, can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So here at the middle bench, as we prepare ourselves to create a cup, we'll blow into the end of the pipe. She'll go in with the jacks. The jacks are designed to carve into the glass. They're a tool for shaping and carving. And so what we're doing is we're creating a jack line. The jack line is a reference point to be able to indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It also is it creates a weak point so we can remove ourselves later to be able to open up the opposite side or clean up the opposite side of a piece. And so it's kind of like their jacks are like two kitchen knives that are inverted to be able to carve into that glass. Can we please see some of Ayano's past works for the visitors that just joined? In order to take the little orb or the ball that we've created, the cup we've blown into off of this initial blowpipe, we're going to get a transfer rod ready. The transfer rod will be placed at the bottom of the piece. We'll put a little bit of water on that jack line, and then we'll remove ourselves by tapping the pipe. The vibrations will pop it off the pipe. So Nick will align himself at the end of the piece there. Once he's center, once that puntee cools down a little bit, we'll add some water to the jack line, give it a little tap. And because of all the shock that has been placed on that jack line, it'll remove itself. Yeah. So as we continue to dip into the furnace is about 2100 degrees. And we use steel pipes because they're not the best conductors of heat, but they will collect heat over time. And so when he comes over here, he's just cooling the pipe down. It's a pipe cooler. You can see it if you come to this side. Just put it here and the water automatically shoots up. And so he just needs to be able to cool the pipe a bit before he removes the piece from the pipe so he can touch it in certain areas. So we're preparing ourselves to stuff the cup, and what Ben was doing here on the table was marvering clear glass to be able to go into a cup. And we're heating this optic mold here on the ground. The optic mold has low and high points, which basically freeze that surface of the glass to create texture on the surface. I don't know at what point we're going to stick the color cup into that mold, but we'll figure that out next, okay? We'll put a little bit of water on the joint, tap it off. We'll then place the cup into the mold because it will hold the mold. That's why we heated it. And then into the color cup will go with solid clear glass. We're going to stretch this out. First, we'll flatten it, and then we'll stretch it out. We'll get it nice and hot. We'll marver it over that clear glass to encase it properly. So when we stretch it, we use all of the color that we've applied, that we've taken from the cup. And then we'll flatten it and make flat pieces of cane that will then be placed into a checkered board pattern, which will create pattern in the final piece. And so everything we're doing today is preparation work for final pieces. We probably won't get to those pieces today because all of this has to cool down before we arrange it. Can we please see Ayanu's past works? And so, So over here on the left side of the shop, we've prepared one of the cups and we'll start to flatten it out. As we begin to flatten it over here on the marvering table with a paddle, we're then going to give it up to Kristen to be able to hold it. It'll start to fall towards the ground. You'll see as we do it step by step. We'll give it a quick quench in the water to cool it down. We don't want it to continue to move in that area too quickly. And then as we stretch the glass, be mindful, we're still at that above the 2,000 degree range, you know, slowly cooling, but still very, very hot. Kristen will hold it, and then we'll slowly stretch it towards the ground. We'll take a torch to where we want to be able to stretch in the specific area, and we'll give it some heat. He asked her to come up a little bit if she can, so he can continue to pull. You can kind of see the true color, but not a ton. This is how we create pattern in glass. We are creating very, very long pieces of flat cane. So we just have to allow it to rest. So we have to give it a minute to cool down before we can remove ourselves. And then Sarah suit it up. And she has on some gloves to be able to catch. We knock it. Mind you, even though she has on gloves, they'll protect her skin, but she can still feel the heat coming from this glass. As you can see, it's smoking the wood ladders on the ground. And that kind of gives you a visual representation of how hot it is. And then we'll put this pipe back down, and this is how we will create. And then into the annealing oven, it'll go where it has to slowly cool back down to room temperature. Let's give them a round of applause for all that hard work. So we have to put it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool back down to room temperature. That is because of its thickness. We don't want any stress by leaving it in the natural environment. The inner and outer layers will cool at different rates, which will then create stress fractures. And so we anneal it properly, which means we put it into an oven where it cools back down to room temperature over a steady period of time. And so that annealing oven's probably at about let's just guess. Maybe it's at 920 or 960, I don't know. We're guessing. So it'll catch it at that temperature and bring it back down. And that is how cane is made. And that cane will then be translated, that flat cane will then be translated into a checkered pattern. And the pattern's very faint on this image, but it'll be a checkered pattern. And if you watch us on the live stream, you can see the pieces of prep work that we're doing today come together later. Um, uh, but yeah, so we're gonna do it all again. We're not done yet. We'll be here creating in the hot shop all afternoon. So as we dip into that furnace is about 2100 degrees and it's full of molten glass. And the glass looks orange because it's just radiating thermal energy, but it's really clear. We always add color to the glass within the process. Depends on what we're doing and how we're doing it. Currently in the middle bench, I think we'll have a clear sculpture being made. And so now on the far left side, what we're doing is we're stuffing a colored cup, and the colored cup is here at the bench being shaped, and then in the middle we'll create an orb of solid glass to stuff into the opaque colored, kind of like the white cup over there. And then we will then stretch out that glass again. We're gonna keep making ribbon, stretch pieces of, stretch pieces of flat cane. We're gonna keep creating cane like we just did earlier. So, as we continue to take glass from the furnace, that 1,000 pounds doesn't just magically replenish itself. Our hot shop technician recharges the furnaces maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks. It depends on how much glass we use. So, can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
just that it's the process of cane or process of meringue.
Right.
Um,
It's a little bit like that New Zealand thing. Yeah,
yeah, the
yeah,
candy rollers.
yeah.
Basically
I
the
watched
same-
a lot of that
same
during the
exact
pandemic. Yeah.
Yeah, same exact concept.
Did you watch any of that? No.
But so that's a little bit about myself, and that's why I'm able to talk about glass
Yep.
to people.
Yeah.
Well, I'm an expert because I watched The Candy and then I watched Blown Away. So
You
obviously,
know it all.
obviously,
Yeah.
it's like I studied for years.
Yeah, but Blown Away's fun because Trenton and Edgar and myself, we all started it in Shirley's program as
Yeah.
students,
Yeah.
like as youth artists.
Yeah.
Now we're production artists.
Cool.
And then
That's
we get
so
to,
fun.
But what's cool is like when I was little, Chihuli's visions for downtown, he would like in the studio I grew up in, his visions for downtown were on the wall. So like I started back in like 2003, but then this place came to be in 2004. But even before it came to be, he had these visions where he would make these paintings in
Kind
like
of
the
like
warehouses.
he's kind of like a Gaudi of Seattle.
I don't know what Gaudi means. But
Okay, there's a
I would
guy
call
in
him like a
Barcelona
visionary,
Yeah,
who
from
does
Tacoma.
yeah.
prophet.
I love that because
prophetic.
Tacoma's always just been in the shadow of Seattle, you know. But then we have this beautiful, beautiful presence here in Tacoma.
I would say, yes, I agree to the comment about the shadows, but I think that that's like Tacoma's kind of like they like being left out in a way too. Because once you get here, you see why people are really truly here.
Well, because of the mountain. I just love Tacoma. I love growing up
I
there.
love Tacoma too. I
Point
think it's
Defiance.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And I've been different places, of course, but like nothing's
Yeah.
like the Puget Sound.
Well, and Commencement Bay is so beautiful.
Oh yeah. Oh,
It's
totally.
just
That is like one of my favorite places.
Isn't it amazing? One time I got to go on a boat ride out there with a tour guide telling us all about the history and everything.
I spend a majority of my time at Chambers.
At where?
At Chambers.
Yeah.
You know?
Chambers Bay.
Yeah, right.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah. So
Oh, that's neat.
yeah, so
And all of your siblings are glass people?
no, just two older ones, and then me and my brother who are closer in age, we got into the program and we did it. I'm the only one that took it like to this extent. I'm like a professional artist at this point.
Yeah, but that's cool. That's really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, but it was nice because when I look back, I realized like I was growing up and I was seeing the work of like the greatest, like the great. He'd bring the great over here to work with the kids. Nobody would know at the time, but when I think back on it, I've been around like great stuff since I was little. So we're gonna pull some more cane out. So as we prepare ourselves to pull this cane, we're making flat cane, and so that will then be later turned into a checkered board, a pattern for a piece that we'll create at on a different day. We're just making prep work today, so when we get it hot enough, we'll lay it over on the table here, flatten it, keep warming it, and then we'll give it up to Kristen and pull it down towards the ground. So we'll quench the glass in the bucket to help it cool down a bit. We'll just allow it to keep stretching. We'll give it up to Kristen and then continue to stretch out the cane. This flat cane is designed for pattern in the glass. Let's clap it up for all their hard work. Let's give them a round of applause. And then into the oven, we place the glass. We place the glass into the oven so it'll start to cool down over a period of time to prevent any sort of thermal shock. We can't leave it out on the ladders in the open air because the temperature will not, the inner layers will cool at a different rate than those outer layers and shock. At the middle bench, Ayanu is working with us in the hot shop this week. She's the visiting artist for the week. She's creating sculptures, and then she puts them into the annealing oven to cool down over time. Ayanu's born in Japan. She received her BFA from Tokyo Musashino Art University in 2014. Her work utilizes space and color as primary tools for considering the work as a three-dimensional canvas to strike a unique balance between art and craft, along with serendipitous nature of the hot glass medium with a twist. The building of both internal and external spaces using blown glass and painting creates a juxtaposed depth and space. So we'll go and start to spin those cane that they picked up. As we rotate, they will gradually wrap around that center clear, but you won't ever see the clear because it's clear. So Sarah's cooling it down, and we'll slowly continue to rotate and slowly walk backwards. We have to lay it on the wooden ladders to cool in opposition to the ground. We don't want it to pick up any type of particles on the floor. For those that have just joined us, can we please see some of Ayano's past works? We'll continue to pull cane out to prepare our works for the rest of the week. We're going to pick up another couple pieces of cane and then rotate that, twist it up. And so that line will wrap around the clear glass, so it'll give us pattern when we then re-pick it up and introduce it to the final piece. Can we please see some of the past works from our visiting artist, Ayano? We'll line that glass, that hot glass, with the one piece of cane back up with a post. The post is nice and cool, which will allow us to slowly begin to stretch ourselves backwards and rotate. There'll be a really thin line of white cane on the outside, which will create that spiral pattern. As we continue to rotate, we'll walk backwards and stretch. We don't want the cane to create like this curve, and so the longer we hold, the more it stiffens up in that straight line. Because if we lay it down and it's too hot, it'll start to kind of bow. So Sarah will put the cane into the reheating chamber just to heat it up a bit before we lay the clear glass, before we pick it up.
So I just wanted to point out, we've just given that glass a quick little tap on the ground, And this is actually just to cool the very surface of that glass just before they attach that second pipe. And now, you guys may have seen this earlier, but we are simply twisting both of these pipes in opposite directions. This is twisting that glass. Once again, creating the twisted cane. And this is a lot kind of like making candy cane, honestly, but in glass form. And so just like getting those stripes, we have to twist the glass. So that nozzle is just room temperature compressed air, and kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food, it'll cool it down a little faster than if we were to just leave it alone. And if this wasn't explained earlier, once again, we have to lay this fresh hot glass across these wooden ladders. And this is just preventing them from touching the cold concrete, which could cause thermal shock in the glass, just cracking or breaking the glass. And this wood is enough to insulate it and allow it to cool down. And I'm not sure how many pieces you guys have seen us finish at this point, but whenever we finish a larger piece of glass, this usually has to be put away inside of an annealer, which is one of the boxes that I'll point out, such as this top load one or our ones on the walls. And this is going to slowly cool that glass down, preventing thermal shock. But since this glass is so small, we don't need to go through that annealing process. It can cool down slow enough as is.